Mic check. Hello, hello. It's working fine, I think. Is it working fine? I think it's working fine. No, no.
Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Yeah, hello.
Hello. Yeah, please settle on yourselves. Hey everyone, if I could have all your attention, please. Thank you. Hi everyone, my name is Shumanto, and I am a financial data and graphics journalist with Reuters News. And welcome. I hope you had a nice tea break. And before we begin this session, I'd just like to make a small announcement that our flash talk registrations are still on. So these will be like quick 5-minute sessions where you can share something that you have learned, a new tool that you have tried, some project you want to share. So please do register at the registration desk or at the HasKey app. And please no product plugs or any promotions there, please. So that's an announcement I wanted to make. And before we begin, I'd also like to tell you about two very interesting installations just outside seminar room 2. You will see a nice installation where you can play a small game and to see how much do we know about India through data. So do give it a go. I gave it a go, and I'm really interested to see how close my answers are to the real stuff from data. And there's a bad charts installation here. What are some of the horrible chart mistakes or some really bad charts? Of course, there'll be a presentation later on about this, but do check them out. And with that, let's start. Welcome back. And as usual, please switch off your phones, keep them on silent. And if it's an absolutely urgent call you have to take, I would request you to please take it outside the seminar hall. So our first speaker for this session is Aman Bhargav, who is a developer at Visual Labs and one of my former colleagues at Reuters. His talk is titled The Unreasonable Effectiveness of Tinkering, and it focuses on learning by making. And a little bit about Aman, I'll just tell you. He studied human-computer interaction at Srishti Institute of Art, Design and Tech. He interned with Reuters Graphics and has bylines with Greenpeace and rest of the world. And he also has his own site. It's called aman.bh, where you'll see a cool newspaper design, but it's all about his work. So please do check it out. And his talk essentially would rather focus on learning by making, and something in all of us in the data community and in the data visualization community, something that is not an option for us is upskilling. And this is how we can upskill by doing. So Aman, all over to you.
Yeah, there's a title change, no? Crazy. Okay. So yeah, there's a story to that. Hi, thank you for showing up. This is very gratifying to see all of you. I was thinking a lot about how I wanted to structure this talk, and initially this was supposed to be about, well, how do you do a side project? What does a case study of a side project look like? What does the process look like, right? But I don't have the time. So this is a compressed 10-minute version of just a 1.25x version, right? So buckle up, this is gonna be like a little speedy, right? So if you really want to go to the main auditorium and listen to Prasanto speak, this is the short answer. Side projects, you should do them, right? That's it. Okay, this is all you need to know. But this is also advice that I find myself giving very often to students, to early career people, because no one wants to not learn more or have less to show for, right? Everybody wants to do that. But the thing is, this is fairly obvious, but it's also very stupid advice, because I mean, I kind of forget whenever I say this, how hard it was for me to start doing these things properly. So today I want to talk about what I used to do wrong and how I refined my approaches to approaching a side project. And I think in a place like this, you know, with so many fantastic people, we all look very perfectly curated, but I think the reality is like a lot more rougher than that. So just like a quick like introduction, I am, like as Sumanta said, I'm a data visualization developer at Revisual Labs. That's my 9 to 5. My 5 to 9s is 5 to 12s is just making stuff that I care about. So I'll just show you some of the things that I worked on over the past 1 year. This was a project on elections. We analyzed all candidates across all elections to find out which candidates had similar sounding names and if at all they actually turned election like margins, right? So this was a project that we did. It was called Votes in a Name. You might have seen this map. This is a map of drainage and water accumulation in Bangalore. This kind of gets popular every time it floods, which is very often, right? So, and the last project I've been working on for the past 6 months is something called CBFC Watch. We have assembled the largest archive of censorship records by the government in India. And this was actually in the news like yesterday in the Hindu because they shut us down. So anyway, I mean, this all looks pretty big, but none of this would have happened if I hadn't, you know, kind of start failing in very predictable ways. So I want to like dial it down a bit and start talking about those mistakes. My first mistake was, I think this is something for all of us, right? Thinking my idea is not big enough, right? Whenever we start something, I think one thing that we ask, if you're working something outside of work, is this important enough? Does anyone care? Or, you know, why does it matter? I think those are the wrong questions. A better question to ask would be, will you learn something new? Will I learn something new or get better at something that I want to know, right? And do I care about it enough to stick with it? A side project is a time commitment, right? If you don't care about it, it's not going to go anywhere. So just as an example, this is, so me and my girlfriend, we do the NYT word games a lot. We do them every day. So early in 2024, I asked her, and we kind of make fun of each other, like who's the loser? I'm usually the loser, right? So I asked her, do you want to start tracking this more formally? And this would be an interesting data project, right? So this has been running for the past 1.5 years now. We do the word games every day. I wanted to learn how to build a dashboard in Shiny and R. It's a tool, right? So a few hours later, I kind of assembled this very simple rudimentary dashboard. It's just a form which is connected to Google Sheets. It has these results. It calculates like a heat map. It has these play streaks. This is not going to change the world, but it's something that I cared about, and it was a way for me to find an excuse to just push R into this, right? So be selfish, right? I don't think it needs to be big, small, nobody really cares. If it does something for you and maybe like 2-3 other people, you're golden, right? That's pretty much all you need. The second mistake would be relying on motivation. And I know this sounds counterintuitive, right? But if you think about it, here's how you start a project. You get an idea, you're really excited about it for maybe 5 days, maybe a week, 2 weeks if you're lucky. And then it reaches peak excitement, and then this region where it trails off is where most projects die, right? So you can't really rely on you being interested. So first of all, you should choose something that you care about, but then how do you keep up your, resolve and your motivation? So I think so I talked about CBFC Watch. So these are some of my messages to my friends, right? In the duration of CBFC Watch. I hate CBFC Watch. I'm sick of it. I'm so demotivated, right? This is the reality, right? 6 months. After a point, I just want to be done with it, right? And I'm glad the government shut us down because it's less to maintain, man. So my solution to that is take motivation out of the equation. It doesn't really matter, right? if it's a job, treat it like a job that you chose and you love. Just show up to work as often as you can. Once a day, few hours, half an hour. Maybe, once weekends if you get free time, just make some time for it. Just show up, right? It doesn't matter how long you can do it for. For me, when I was starting off and I was applying for internships to Reuters and so on, Tidy Tuesday and chart challenges did a lot for me. This is a very ugly chart, right? But this was about 60% of my portfolio, like when I was starting off, charts like these, right? It was just about, and I think challenges like these are great because you don't really require an idea, the prompts, you have a community, so you have motivation to just share something once a week. So I think these were so useful when I was first starting off. I really recommend them to you. So this is tech focus, but it's something called the shiny object syndrome. So, I think this is something that we talk about a lot, like what tools do we use, what do we learn, what do we do this, right? And it can kind of get overwhelming. Let me just show you what that looks like, right? There are so many things for you to learn. What do you pick out of this pile? I think all of this really does not matter as long as, let me just pick 5 tools, stick with them. You don't have to care about that pile, right? I don't know half the things in that pile, right? I know about 5 things, and that constitutes about 50% of the work that I do. There's a lot of stuff outside this blob that I don't know, but I know that over time that's going to compound. So maybe for a project, if I'm looking at like a different kind of mapping analysis, right? I know I have a small foundation in QGIS, maybe I can just expand a little bit over there and structure a project around something that I don't know. But I think jumping between tools kills momentum, and it does you no good. I'm a developer and I don't know React, right? It's something that I'm supposed to know. I don't know, and I really don't want to know it either, right? So I've been obsessed with tracking stuff on my website for a while. This is from 2021, where I made up this small D3 visualization where I set up this elaborate system with GitHub issues. I'll track what I'm doing, and this is where it died. But it was a very rudimentary thing. But 4 years later, same tools, same things. This is what my word game tracker looks like on my website right now. It's designed after like an election kind of like, you see the trends going this way and that way. So this is live, this updates every week, and it's fun, right? Stick with your same tools. It doesn't really matter what you do. Mistake number 4, working in isolation. And this is a big one because I used to have this idea, and I think it's very important to know like, okay, every bit of the process. Like if you're doing a side project, you're your own product manager, you set your own deadlines, you're your own designer, developer, analyst, everything, right? I think that's important. I think everybody should get an experience of what that feels like, right? But so for example, this is a project that I worked on in college. This was about healthcare and NGO funding. It was a story about that, and I tried to write a story, and I realized it was very number heavy. And this was the first time and the last time in my life where I used AI art, okay? So if at a distance you might think, oh, that looks nice. Up close, it looks like garbage, okay? And it adds nothing to the story. But it was my thinking, okay, maybe this is what I can do to ease up on the numbers and so on. But I couldn't really get there, right? But for Votes in a Name, I took the help of an illustrative friend of mine, and including Ria, right? So they came up with these metaphors for these numbers, which, because I was so into the numbers, I couldn't see how this would be like, perceived by someone else. So I think trying to find someone to work with who's not like you is immensely helpful. I know that's hard, but a lot of people are on the same journey. So if you can kind of like pitch it to them like you would to a publication, hey, let's work on this together, there's a mutual benefit there, right? So I really enjoy working with people now. I hate working alone. So I think getting out of your shell, just finding someone who's not brained like you is very helpful. Mistake number 5, yes, I'm almost done. Waiting for perfection, right? I think we all lose track of what is version 1, what is version done. We always wait for version done. That's not going to happen, right? For this project, so what I usually do is we have projects which are just like, okay, 2 weeks, and we are going to be done with it. And my friend keeps me, my friend Vivek, who I collaborate with often, keeps me very accountable because I get these deadlines. This is a very serious message about a side project, right? 6 p.m. done, do not push it forward, right? And I love that because it kind of sets the scope for me. I have someone else who's keeping me accountable. It doesn't really matter what I'm able to do as long as there's a small deadline I've set for myself. I know that after that I can move on to the next thing. But let's at least push this into the world. It doesn't have to be perfect. This is the chart that I was doing this analysis of how lyrics can be repetitive in like some of Taylor Swift's albums. I like Taylor Swift, so there's no shade. But yeah, so this was an initial chart that I made. It's pretty ugly because the analysis took time, but I know that okay, by 6 p.m. I'm going to do this. But it doesn't really have to stop there, right? Because after 5 days, you can refine it into something that you're actually proud of. But it's doing something just every day, setting your small deadlines for yourself. And yeah, don't wait for perfection. So if you want to, like, I don't know, this is like a summary of what I think my mistakes are. You don't have to wait for the perfect idea. You don't have to wait for perfection. Work with someone else. Focus on like 5-6 things that you really want to dig deep into, and then go horizontal. Learn more things along those lines. And do what you can. It really does not have to be earth-shaking, world-changing, right? If it's a small Blender visualization, it's a small chart, it's a newsletter, it's a blog, doesn't really matter. You should be able to point at something and say that I made that, and this is mine, right? So take accountability for it. I know I'm over time, so this was a lightning talk, but if you have any questions, yeah, I'm around all day, so yeah.
Thank you, Aman. I think all of us in this community want to build something of our own always, in some way or the other. And it's often hard, but I think, Aman, I'm pretty sure I'm taking inspiration from you. I have like a couple of personal projects I want to do, and I'm going to take inspiration from you and work on this. And a couple of things that he said really struck me, that you don't have to learn everything, and you always have a community with you who are going to help you everywhere you go. So that's the beauty of it. So we are open for any questions if any of you would like to ask anything. Sure.
Hi, Aman. This was very motivating, and you have covered a lot of tips. But I had one question, which pertains to feedback in personal projects, which is something that I struggle with a lot. I have worked with people, but these people also most of the time tend to have the same level of expertise as me because they are friends, colleagues in the same age group and all. But how can one take it beyond one circle and get feedback on it, build it when it has potential? Of course, not everything needs feedback, not everything needs to be super shiny, but what is like the pathway for that?
So I think there are like two things. One is a fear of actually getting feedback, and one is not being able to get feedback. I used to have a fear of getting feedback, right? And that's also important. For me, it was just I think places like social media, like, okay, like Blue Sky or Twitter or whatever, right? It's treat like a black box. You don't really care about what kind of reaction it gets. So I think just putting something out there is great because someone will find it and say something, okay, make corrections. I get corrections on my charts sometimes being like, okay, this is stupid. Right, and it's fine, it's fair. I think the fact that you put it out there kind of enables that. The second thing I found really useful is cold emailing people and just reaching out to them. It takes a little bit of like sometimes just like courage doing that, but I found incredible kindness in people to actually, because the thing is, from their point of view, you're reaching out to them for their expertise, right? And I think people are always happy to talk. And I think we currently have like especially the WhatsApp group, you just want to like, dip your feet into it. We actually have a channel, like feedback. So I think just getting over that thing of what is the other person thinking of me, it's okay. It's an email, right? The worst thing they'll do is not respond. So I really suggest like messaging people that you care about. If I have people that I sometimes just email ki, hey, I'm working on this. Do you have any feedback? Right? Sometimes I don't get a response. Sometimes I get a response. But you're going to gain nonetheless. So I think just cold emailing, cold reaching out to people, even if you're scared, I think that really works for me.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Aman, for that talk. And in case you have any further questions for him, you will find him in the speakers area or the Revisual Labs, where I think he'll be.
I'm at the booth all day, so if you want to like just hang out,
annoy him
talk,
and whatever. So thank you so much again, and can we please give it up for Aman once? Up next, we have Ramkrishna Behra and his talk, Planet Under Pressure. He's a product designer at Razorpay, and his talk, Planet Under Pressure, Designing Tools for Environmental Storytelling, covers learning by interaction. I think in today's day and age, where we are seeing the effects of climate change literally amongst ourselves, and the heat is too much, the rains are too much, we read reports about the environment being a mess literally everywhere in the world. I think this talk becomes all the more pertinent today to understand how we can know more about the environment by interacting with such tools. So Ram, the floor is all yours. Hello. Sorry, Ram. I'll just take this moment to announce the flash talks once again. We are still open. No, we have the list. Okay, we have the list out. Okay, so we have three talks in total. The Art of Multi-Threading by Anand. The Business of IPL, I'm going to give that talk. And Visualizing Community Health by Sai Rahul. So the talks will start at 12:15, and they're going to be 5 minutes each. Yeah, and please report to Shubhangi before those talks. No, right here. Thank you. Sorry, Ram. Please go ahead. So everyone, before, the tech stuff is being set up. Oh, it's ready?
Okay. Cool. Hey folks, thanks a lot for joining in. I think this session is for like 30 minutes, but what I'm planning on doing is it will be like a short talk and more of a interactive session. I think I'll just give a brief intro for 5 to 10 minutes, and then I think there are some things you can interact with, and maybe you can take away something as well. So to start with, I think we got introduced. I am Ramakrishna. I also go by the name rk.design everywhere on social. So if you want to check out or reach out later on, so feel free to do that. So my main hustle, I work as a product designer at Razorpay, working on design systems, building component pattern, internal tooling and stuff. But outside of work, I do like something similar to what Aman was mentioning in the previous talks. I do a lot of random stuff, lot of experimentation to give you ideas like filmmaking, photography, Arduino, plotter art, D3, I don't know, cartography, something. So every day, at least in a week, I try some random stuff. So that's what I do. And that kind of leads to, after a point, converging multiple ideas. So you take some idea from photography, some idea from plotter art. So one of the instance being like, this is photography, this is plotter art. I combine both of this and I create a long exposure photography using plotter art and camera stuff. But yet, this is not what we are going to talk about today. Moving on a bit, I just wanted to ask all of you a quick question. Since we are at a DataViz conference, and we have been hearing the word data quite a lot. So what's the first thing that comes to your mind when you hear the word data? Any numbers? Anything else? Spreadsheet? Information. Cool. I think it's pretty much similar. I think people, like, not only you, like everyone, most of us, every time we hear of data, we think graph, presentation, Google Sheet, dashboard with lot of data visualization. But what if data was just not limited to this? What if we could expand it to other horizons as well? So that's where this idea for the installation setup also came in. That, you know, people like you and me who have some level of data literacy, we are able to understand that if someone shows us a bar graph or a line graph, we can understand it, we can comprehend what the information is. But for a majority of the audience, majority of the people out there, understanding a bar graph is also, which might seem pretty simple to us, might be very complicated to someone. So that's where the idea came in, that, you know, what if art is something that people can understand, but what if art is inspired from data? Like in design, if designers in the house might have heard this term a lot, data driven design. So the same idea, but for art, what if we have data driven art? So we take data, maybe it could be, you know, real time data, maybe it could be data collected over a long period of time, and that we use to simulate into a artwork, and if possible you can also make it interactive as well. So that's where the idea came in, and that's where the whole installation is about. What we'll be doing next is I'll just give a brief idea about, you know, how this thing has been set up, and then you folks can come and interact with it, you know, with different with the various parameters that we have. Before going on to that, I'll just give a brief idea of, you know, how this has been built in a very oversimplified manner. So I hope you are able to guess which planet this is. Cool. So this has been built using this tool called as Touch Designer. So if you can see, there are like lot of these connections. I use Figma a lot. In Figma, I do the Spider-Man stuff where I connect a lot of webs. I found a new tool where I do the same stuff again, but for some different kind of projects. But in short, in a very oversimplified manner, this art setup, the way it has been built, the first step you can call it as art setup. It uses a lot of procedural stuff like noise, rotation of shape, and all those things in order to create the basic, you know, the shape that you saw. And then there are certain parameters changed. Now this is just a static image. You'll be seeing the live one in a bit, which is something like this. But now it takes some of the data. I think I cheated a bit. I used like AI chat GPT in order to collect data for a couple of parameters from 100 of, I think, 101 years. And I just mapped it into this particular thing. And what you have is like, I'll also be placing this panel, you'll see the MIDI controller. What you can go and do is, you know, all of these controllers that you see are kind of mapped onto different parameters, and that also kind of helps you visualize how, you know, the earth changes. If I'll have to show a quick demonstration, imagine this is earth in a proper healthy state as of today, but let's say I have to raise the sea levels. So one of the side effects of global warming, right, the sea levels increase. You rotate one of the knobs and you can visualize it in real time. So there are like couple of other parameters also mapped to it. You can check it out. You can also mix match couple of things that, you know, reduce the vegetation and increase the sea level, and this is what earth might look like. And also, if you are little bit nerdy about data, you have those squarish buttons which you can click and okay, here it is, which you can click and you can see the data if you are curious. But this is the installation about. I'll just be placing it here, and I think you can come and check it out. Apart from that, also there are a couple of postcards that I just printed out. Again, generative art and combining data. Printed out a couple of postcards. Feel free to grab. I'm not sure if I have enough of this, but feel free to grab one. If we can move this.
Yeah, so for all of you who wish to try, yeah, sure. So for all of you who wish to try this, please give it a go, and let's see how this tool works. Yeah, whoever wants to try, please come ahead. Like we'll take in batches of 5. Yeah. In batches of 5, please. Yeah.
I'll also just come down. No, I think it will be connected to the project, right? Sure. Okay. I think I'll be connecting. So for reference, you also have the diagram that I showed. So to give an idea, the controllers on the top, they control the effects of pollution, global warming and stuff. And at the bottom you have the causes, so you can just play. No, so clicking on this pad should show you the graph of data from 1925 to 2125 if you want to check that data. But in order to check the parameters, you can just rotate all the different knobs that are present. Yes. So I think you can rotate it till the end. So yeah, you can do multiple ones as well. So if I have to give an example, the first knob that we have, that is sea level, and the second one is vegetation. So increasing sea level, it gives you idea that how the planet is going to look like if the sea level increases. Vegetation kind of you go from more of a green land to more of a yellowish kind of land. Desertification happens. So if you do both of that, you can see along with sea level and along with loss of vegetation, how the planet is actually going to look like.
Folks, the session is still on.
It is a 2D projection, yeah.
It will be on for another 15 to 20 minutes, so the next batch will come and try it. It's not over.
Yeah.
The ocean warming,
Sure.
why is the earth zooming in when you increase the warming?
So ocean warming, as a result, the amount of water content that you have, that kind of reduces, and the land mass increases to that.
Yeah, anyone else who wants to try this after, please, okay, we have one, okay, we have quite a few people. Please come ahead.
Also, if you want to try, you can
Also,
just,
do we have Anand
go
from
bonkers and
String
you can
Art
just
Studio
rotate
here?
all the knobs at once.
Great. And Sai Rahul from Visualizing, yeah.
I think you can click on it again, that should fix it. Yeah. So I think he increased the land erosion thing due to which the land masses have gone this. Yeah. I think you can increase everything and probably like an unlivable earth. Go. So yeah. Sorry? Yes. Oh, nice. So like it's a mix of chops and tops as well. So all the texturing and everything is handled through tops, but the controller, the way it's controlled through chops. So basically it takes the mapping values from the MIDI controller and maps it to the.
And like, I'm guessing it's mapped to the noise parameter.
Yes. There are like some 10, 12 different parameters to which all of these are mapped.
Harmonic gain and so on.
Yes. Also, you can collect this. If you want to know more about what data has been mapped, so feel free to. You can connect later on as well.
Trying to drive it all into TD, so
Yeah.
very exciting.
So this uses a noise function. This is not like a real topology. So there are certain parameters that have been mapped. So also, if you notice, the landmass also shift very slightly. That's how basically the planet, all the landmasses on the planet move, right? But it's a noise function and like a couple of other parameters mixed to it. So a lot of permutation combinations basically. Yeah, sorry. So good question. I wanted to do that, but given that you have multiple parameters and you can do that, you move the water level to 2100 and you can move the vegetation level to another year, so that becomes like a different combination to track. the- yeah, yeah.
So I can kind of assume that the angle of this is the equal.
Yes, basically. So if it's at the starting point, it's like 1925, and if it's at the end, it's 2125. If it's at the middle, it's this current year. Uh, Not exactly, but close enough. Yes, with ocean warming, yeah. Also, yeah, feel free to collect couple of postcards. Uh, Basically, took a data from. So this is based on the EV vehicles data set. What are the different brands? What are the different vehicles that they have? And all of them, they have various parameters like the top speed, the acceleration, torque, and all those things. So all of those are kind of mapped into all the different shapes that you see, and as a result of which, at the first look it looks random, but all of these are mapped, the amount of opacity, the color that has been used, the corner radius. Now the corner radius is mapped to the number of seats you have in the car. So if you see like a sharp one, that's like single seat. If you see like a rounded one, it's more likely a SUV kind of a thing with like 6-7 seats. So that's how it has been mapped. Uh, with ocean warming, the amount of water that you have, that kind of reduces over time. So as a result, you have like more land mass. Also, there are things such as where your atmosphere goes away, where land erosion happens, and you see this distorted shores as well. Land erosion. So with sorry, with with soil erosion and everything coming into place, your land mass becomes very loose, and whenever you have rain and stuff, that one of the leading causes of landslide as well. So this distorted thing comes up. Yes, yes. Yes, yes. So basically, that's what I've done. So all the controllers, the knobs, they have like a value from 0 to 127 that is like mapped onto the values. Now again, this is not like a proper one-on-one mapping because that would require some advanced level mathematics, which I'm not that good at. But yeah, basically to answer your question, you can map the values. Kind of. So it's like kind of back and forth. Also, I had to think from a technical constraint. So first process was like I had the idea that I want to create something like this. Then I had to come up with a constraint that the controller that I have, it has like only 8 things that I can rotate. Obviously, like when it comes to something such as like global climate change and stuff, it's not only 8 factors. There are like a lot of contributing factors. So that's where the constraint came in, that I only have 8 knobs, so I have to do according to that. So now I have like 8 controllers, and based on that, I like okay, did some research, took help from GPT a little bit, that these are the things that I can do, and after that basically did the mapping here. So sure. Working hours, I don't remember exactly, because like I tried something, I was not happy with that, I kind of discarded it, I went back, so lot of back and forth, back and forth. I mean, maybe a week of sorts, I think. Matlab not exactly like 24/7, but roughly like a week, yeah. Sorry? So for the data source, like I'm not that good at curating data. One of the reasons why I'm at the conference. So I took little help from GPT. I'm like, do search the internet and come up with the data trend for all of this. So some of the data I also kind of doubt a bit, specifically the air pollution one. Yeah, because rest of the data I'm like kind of sure. Sorry. Rest of the data I'm kind of more or less sure, but when it comes to the air pollution one, I'm like little bit dicey about it, because how all of a sudden is the air pollution decreasing over time. So not very sure of this, but the others I kind of checked. So sure. You can click on this bigger buttons, any of this. Yeah, I think you can click on any of. Oh. Let me check. Maybe I'll just restart it quickly. Also you'll see like lot of those nodes and everything control, so those kind of basically map and do all the stuff.
Hey everyone, we still have 5 to 7 minutes to go for Ram's session. So if anyone else wants to
Is
give
it
this a
working
try, please do.
It is.
Yeah. Then after that, we'll start with our 3 flash talks, which will be 5 minutes each, and then we'll break for lunch.
Yes. Yeah, I think like that was also one of the ideas that I had, like mapping sound, but it came with few challenges, as in, you know, how do you change? You have to make some generative kind of sound so that it spans across this, but yeah. Matlab, when it's at like 0, you have something like very peaceful sound, versus when it goes to the other side, it's like peak Bangalore traffic kind of sound. Sure, sure. Right. So the idea was that, you know, since it's for common people, now when it comes to you know, the actual landmass of Earth, uh, Earth has its like own complexity. It's not Earth as a planet is not as simple as this. So then you would have to create an accurate map and take lot of the factors into account, and also people will start also relating. You know, matlab, it's also good way, but also it's better for cases where people want to relate, you know, the place where I'm staying on the places that I care about, how is it affecting that area. But that also needs a lot of research, and but it's not very generic. If I had to do it for, you know, specifically for Bangalore, let's say, then I would have used like, you know, what you proposed, that, you know, this is how Bangalore will be affected in like next 50 to 100 years. Yeah.
And the second question is, what hack did you use to get all this data from chat? There's a lot of data.
Yes. So I just use ChatGPT search and a couple of prompts that, you know, I want the data from this to this for this particular parameter.
Specific prompts like I want air pollution.
So these are like, so for example, like I asked that I want ocean warming data from 1925 till 2025, like, and what I want like that are specific about. So it just gave me, and it mentioned that I want it in a Excel or like a CSV format. So it gave in that format.
The data was accurate.
Uh,
Because for installation it's fine, but
yeah.
I just wanted to know.
I think for few, exact if it's proper, that I'm not sure. So some of those I saw the trend lines and it kind of made sense that, you know, over time this is how the trend is supposed to be. But for few data, like I think for air pollution, it goes up, and I think after some time it comes down. So that is where I'm like not very sure that, you know, air pollution is not supposed to come down unless some miracle happens in next couple of years. But yeah. That's like the loss of biodiversity that we have. Yes, yes. Cool. Thank you.
Does anyone want to give it a go? Anyone else wants to try? So before we move on and before we sort of wrap this session up, I just wanted to ask you guys, what do you think according to you is a bad chart? Can you give me some key pointers as to, oh, when you see some kind of data visualization, you think it's really bad? Okay, so she's saying it's very confusing. What exactly, like how would you define confusing in this case?
Is it not working? I think
Okay.
something happened with this 160. I think the knobs are working, but
Okay, so the information is not conveyed properly. Okay, any more examples?
okay.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. Any more? The axes are not labeled. Yeah, of course. It's very annoying when you read such a chart, right? So we have a bunch of such examples. I mean, you can check out after our flash talk sessions right outside this room, and there'll be a session on what are exactly bad charts and how we can have, or what are some of the tips and tricks to make a chart look good and understandable. So all of the examples that you mentioned are in fact there. So please do check it out after the flash talks are over. And yeah.
Also feel free to grab a postcard.
you can always reach out to him at the speakers area. And yeah.
Awesome. Thank you, folks.
Okay, so now we're going to have 3 flash talks. The first one is going to be given by our MC. He's a financial data analyst at Reuters. So we all hope you enjoy his flash talk. Is there anything anything else someone wants to share from the sessions that you have had so far while he's setting up? Anything that stood out for you, which maybe you didn't know before coming to the conference? If anyone wants to share.
Okay, just while we get set up, how many of you watch cricket? Okay, how many of you like the IPL? Is it devious, the IPL? I'm making very controversial statements now. But is it like a little? It's sure it's a sporting league, but the IPL is it more than cricket? That's a different argument and discussion.
Oh, it's not working at all?
But basically, okay, I got really excited and inspired by what all our speakers did, and I thought that I'd also pitch in with a flash talk. And this is about a story that I had done last year on the Indian Premier League. Let me just try to get it set up. Thank you. Yeah. So Reuters being an international newsroom, I can't really do a story about just the IPL without making a case that why should someone sitting in UK or US care about it, right? So I have to look at it from that lens and try to understand that the Indian Premier League has really grown, right, in the last 18 years. Oh, that's Virat Kohli's win. So last 18 years of this thing, it's really grown massively, not just in terms of reach, but in terms of money. So that was one of the questions that I had in mind, that how big it has grown and how does it compare. And there was some news here and there that the IPL, sort of the owners of the IPL are encroaching into some other leagues and becoming like trying to stake into teams into other leagues. So the story basically looked at how the one league has really grown up or grown to become the biggest cricket league, of course. And it's also rivaling some of the bigger other franchise sports leagues in the world, such as the NBA or the NFL. Yeah, sorry about that. So, I basically wanted to break down the story and to look at it, that where it stands among other franchise leagues, right? So it's not that big when it comes to games and the number of games played, because MLB, NHL, NBA season, even the Premier League footballs runs pretty much throughout the year, whereas the IPL just has a 2-month window. And despite that having a 2-month window, the IPL actually earns a lot of money when it comes to broadcast rights per game. So one of my favorite forms of visualization, the scatter plot, actually goes on to show that the broadcast rights per match is actually among the highest when it comes to these bigger leagues. Of course, there are a lot of factors to be taken into account here. That cricket has got a lot of ad breaks. That's why that brings in more broadcast revenue. But nevertheless, it has that potential and it's bringing in that much more revenue. And considering, even though it's watched largely in India and the subcontinent and by audiences from the subcontinent or who originate from here in different parts of the world, the following is huge, right? So there's that much TV viewership of that, and even OTT viewership. Now, interestingly, when I just looked at some data, and this is all public data, that the Indian Premier League has almost an exclusive window when it comes to other cricket franchise leagues. So you see Big Bash League and SA20 and whatever, they'll be overlapping, but not the IPL. The IPL has pretty much an exclusive 2-month window where pretty much no other franchise cricket and even no other cricket is played. And this was, I think, the 2024 cricket calendar up until what was announced till, I think, April. And if you look at April and May, it's largely IPL matches. And these were also with teams such as Pakistan and Bangladesh and I don't know, from countries where not a lot of IPL players or not a lot of players play into the IPL. And there's of course the advent of women's leagues because of that. But again, the IPL is like way behind. Like Big Bash League in the West Indies, the 100, they all started sort of the women's league in parallel. But the Indian Premier League started in 2008. The Women's Premier League started only in 2013. And that too in a very shortened sort of way. And then once you see this, and when I talked about earlier that how IPL team owners want or are having stake in different sort of different leagues otherwise. So if you look at the SA20, which is the domestic cricket league of South Africa, the franchise style league, the 6 teams are all owned by IPL owners. In fact, names are also similar. So if you've got Mumbai Indians in the Indian Premier League, you've got MI Cape Town. If you've got, I don't know, so it's basically mirrors, the owners are the same. And it's the same case with Major League Cricket in the US. It's the same case with the ILT20, the International League T20 in Dubai, in the Middle East. And a little bit into the Caribbean Premier League. Interestingly, the 100, which is the domestic franchise competition in the UK, did not allow private ownership of teams until 2024, but that changed. And now, there will be, like the Reliance Industries, which is the owner of the Mumbai Indians, is in talks to buy some stake in one of the teams in the 100. So it's spreading, kind of just puts a thought in our heads, right? Like, it's a sport at the end of the day, the cricket, and IPL was supposed to get local sporting talent out and mix and match with international talent so that talent everywhere grows and the game grows. But we don't want it to be like, somehow I feel, and this is what the data shows, that it's becoming one huge sporting league that is run by a few corporates. So that's about that what I had to say. And these are some of the observations that I made to the story. All of the data is pretty much public. There's nothing, so all of this data was gathered using publicly available sources. So that's something I just thought that I'd share with you guys. It's a topic close to my heart, sports, and I mixed it with what I do for a living, that is financial reporting. So thank you. If you guys have any, just maybe one question. Yeah, just one question. Okay, we'll push on to the next speaker.
Just one small technical rearrangement. You guys please give us 2 minutes and they'll be arranged, and then we'll have 2 other flashcards. After that, we all break for lunch on the terrace.
Okay, so I'd like to make another couple of announcements while the tech stuff is being set up. Is that please, I can't say this enough, but please try the games out there by the Data for India installation that's there. They have some interesting questions that about our country and how much we know about our country through data. Please give it a go, and then they'll share their findings in our session, which is the last session for the day in this room. So please do give it a go. And you'll be surprised to know that do we know enough about our country when it comes to a lot of indicators such as mobile phone ownership or washing machine ownership or television ownership of how India is doing. So please do check that out. Lunch will be served on the 3rd floor. So please make sure that you have your badges, so you'll be able to avail your lunch there. And yeah, 12:45. Yeah, after the 2 speakers are done, then we'll break for lunch. And then our next session, I think here is at 2. 2, yeah. Okay, so I just have a couple more. Okay, these are some trivia tidbits that I thought I'll just pull from my mind. And why don't you guys try to like tell me? So this is something based on what someone has asked me in my course of whatever little data visualization I've done over my work course. So I'll just tell you what that person said, and you have to guess, try, and tell me what the visualization I was trying to do. So what this other person had told me, that I was trying to represent something related to cricket, and I'll not go into too details, otherwise you'll get to know what I'm talking about, but it was basically a chart, and the first question that the person who saw this asked me, what are these dots? So can you guess what chart that was? It was indeed a scatter plot. So just to brief this thing that it's incredibly hard sometimes, especially sometimes in newsrooms when it comes to scatter plots and all. And so one of the earliest interactions I had was that I'd done a cricket comparison of x-axis versus y-axis, average versus runs, and the first question that I got asked by one of the exposers was, what are these dots? So I had to explain that these dots are actually every player and this is their average and all. So that's something I remember, and whenever I design scatter plots, I'm a bit more careful as to how it will be perceived. So yeah, on to our next flash talk. Hi, so Rahul, CEO of Force United, and ex-contributor to Scientific Python, and always on the hunt for Indian Force creators and maintainers.
Thanks, folks. So it's open source creators and maintainers. So if you are an open source software creator or a maintainer, or if you know people from India who are the same, please put me in touch with them. Please talk to me. We're always on the lookout. I want to talk about community health. So like all of us here are de facto part of the VizChitra community now, but if I had to ask you what other tech or software or data communities you're a part of, could you please give me an answer? Maybe? Anyone? Yeah. PyCon India. Yeah, the Python community in India. Anyone else? Any other? Yeah. PyCon India. Any other answers? Any other? Huh? Data Meet Bangalore. Sorry, Anand, you were saying? Force United. Thank you. Any other like software or tech communities that you're a part of? I'm sorry? Oh, cool. I don't know about this. Any other? RootConf. Yeah, RootConf by Hasgi. Hasgi like is a large community. Yeah. Any other answers? Okay. So communities like pop up, communities live, and communities die. And there's always this sort of qualitative understanding of how alive the community is, or hey, look, the community is dying, right? And it's sort of always, there's this gut feeling that people have when they look at communities or when they're part of communities where they're able to say, yeah, okay, fine, like I feel like the community is dying, or I feel like the community is stagnating. I've been in various different communities for the last 10 years, and again, like by this point, I can sort of have some sort of a gut feeling about, is this community something that is going to thrive? Is this something that is going to stagnate and die out? Just purely based on who the community is trying to cater to, right? And one of the questions that we at Force United are trying to think about is, how do you measure community health? If I had to ask you what numbers, or how would you try and quantify it? And I'll put a huge asterisk here. Sometimes like putting numbers on it just makes you want to game it, right? I forget what the name is, Goodhart's law or something, right? Where you put a number to something, you start blindly gaming it, and you just try and optimizing for that number. So with that disclaimer, I still want to ask you all, how would you quantify community health? Any idea? Any numbers that like come to you? How if I had to ask you to quantify community health, how would you do it? Yeah. Vaccinations. Oh, sorry. I'm not talking about like public health. I'm talking about how alive a software community or a tech community or a community of people is. Let's say a VizChitra, right? Like how alive is VizChitra over time? How do you quantify that? Great. So new contributors who are coming in, new people either attending or speaking. Yeah. Platform messages are, yeah, sure, how active the community is. Number of people attending, yeah, number of people participating in the events that are happening, right? Yeah.
How new knowledge is created and discussed.
How do you quantify that? So, okay, like one thing that you could probably do is, okay, fine, how many new topics are coming in, or how many new things are being discussed? So some sort of metric where you can say, oh, this is a novel thing which wasn't being discussed earlier. Sure, that's definitely something that could be quantified. Any other numbers? Repeat attendees, right? That's a very important number because it's not just like there's a huge churn if you just assume that the numbers are going up, but most of it is just new people coming in and getting out every year. So how well is the community able to retain people, right? Repeating attendees, repeating audience, how many times are they coming back, repeating speakers, because if they feel like they themselves are getting value from giving talks in this community, then you keep getting repeating speakers. HasGeek is notorious for this, where again, like you're an extremely sticky community. What else? Responders to a thread, sure, yeah. Like this again is a tough thing because are we talking instant messaging responders? Are we talking like async message responders? Because there's communities like DataMeet which are purely async, if I understand. At some point they were sync as well, but one of the sticky things about those communities also is it shouldn't necessarily be only sync responses, like only IM responses, right? Like you need people to want to come back and respond to it even a week later, a month later, like X amount of time later, right? But yeah, how many people are actually responding to something? I'm sorry? Feedback scores, yeah. Feedback scores, how do you, like what do you want to hear from the people and how they're responding to the event? And yeah, whether that's qualitative or maybe even quantitative, like what sort of feedback are they giving? Like are they happy with the event overall or not?
Social media, I mean, say you start a Twitter handle.
Yeah? What sort of following the social media account has?
How often the posts,
So that is, so, okay, so so if we have a community which is able to engage in posting on behalf of the account, then yeah, how active it is on this end in terms of posting and how active it is in terms of people actually following those social media accounts and engaging with it. Yeah, sure. Social media overall, website traffic, unique visitors and repeat visitors, those sorts of things. Any other numbers? All of this is great for me because this exactly is what I want us to try and figure out. I feel like there's a lot of communities in the country and at some point we all need to start thinking about how do we quantify, like are these communities living, dying, stagnating, or are they dead? Because we've had a significant number of communities come up and die down. It's not like a bad thing for a community to die down. Of course, you mourn for a meaningful community to move on. But at the same time, you also need to understand why it is that these communities died, right? Great. Yeah. This is called the bus factor in software, right? Like how many people should a bus hit for your community to die out? Bus factor is very important in terms of understanding like how easy is this community, is it for this community to die? How many people are trying to keep it alive, sort of a thing. So I just wanted to do a very short overview of things that we are trying out in the FOSS United community. We have the privilege of running events across the country throughout the year, and we've been doing it for like more than a couple of years now. So we are now slowly beginning to go back and look at that data, right? And even the data that we have, we begin to realize it's very incomplete. We haven't asked feedback, we haven't been able to collect meaningful data. But there's already a few very interesting things which show up. Like one of the things that people, that we are sort of notorious for is that we are a very student-heavy community. And that sort of shows up if you look at the number of people who registered, right? So when you register, you can say, oh, I'm a student, I'm a professional, or I'm something else. So it becomes evident when you look at the overall registration numbers. But then when you start drilling down into individual cities where we run events, there it starts becoming clear where this sort of a student-heavy concentration is or a professional-heavy concentration is. Like, it's sort of half and half in a lot of places, and then there's a few places where it's very student-heavy, a few places where it's actually a good distribution, Chennai for example, and there's a few places where it's basically all student, like for example Lucknow and I think maybe Kanpur, which are our recent chapters. But so this again is just an example of what we are trying to do, and I would very much love to have like a longer conversation on some of these things, because again, I feel like we need to come up with some sort of a meaningful way in which we can try and talk about, hey, look, how alive are these communities? And then see if, hey, look, this other community that is like next to us, it's a very important thing for us. We want that community to live, because that community thriving means our community also thrives. So this is just like, I wanted to talk about this so that we can have a longer conversation about it somewhere, somehow. If you want to talk about it later today, if we can have async conversation about it, I'd love to. That's it. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Rahul. I think now, VizChitra, our first ever conference is happening today, and this is, I think, a great way for us to build our community and keep it going, and ponder also upon the points that Rahul raised. So thank you so much. I think you've given us a lot to think about, especially before lunch. And now we have Anand for our last flash talk, and our last talk before we break for lunch today is the techie. He's on a break right now and has worked at the intersection of programming, maths, and art. A very, very interesting combination, because art and mathematics, some would say that mathematics is itself an art, which I would agree, but not many people sometimes really look at it that way. So I'm really interested. And add programming to that mix, it just might become beautiful. So it's over to you, Anand.
Thank you. Right. Hi. My name is Anand. I think many of you already know me from past conferences. Past few years, I've been on a break and kind of going on different adventures, kind of not programming, but programming. Okay. So this talk I'm going to talk about, give a brief about what are the kind of things that I'm playing with. I'm quite excited about some of these things, and I want you to kind of catch me up outside and then ask me more about these things. Okay. So for the last few years, I went on a break. So one thing that always excited me was how do I teach programming? I used to teach programming courses in Bangalore, but I also started thinking about what's a good way of introducing programming to young children. Then I kind of thought, is it even kind of required to even have a computer to teach programming? What is the fundamental idea behind programming, etc.? And then kind of went on the rabbit hole exploring some of these ideas. And I found there's a quite exciting world out there. I want you to kind of show you a glimpse of that. Okay. So right now on a break, I teach in a small school, nothing tech, mostly with hands-on stuff. But as I'm going to show you, like there's a quite bit of math, quite a bit of programming, if you kind of peel a layer down. So this is a typical class that I do, quite messy. We call it the messiest class ever. If you see the right side, those are the kind of stuff that we kind of create. So the task is you have to fold a paper the way you want, and you have to make a single cut with a scissor, and then make one of these shapes. Right? For example, if I ask you to make two arrows, you cut it to actually get two different pieces. Say, oh, like you have to kind of now go back and figure out why you got it wrong. Right? Does it sound familiar? What is it? Debugging, right? You have to debug the paper to kind of figure out how to actually get it. Okay. So the program that you're writing is the fold and cut, but you actually have to make that. Okay. It's actually quite fascinating. You'll see how the same kind of mental facility is actually in use when you're actually doing this. And you can actually do this with really young kids without really having to make them sit in front of a kind of a screen all the time, right? And these are stuff that we kind of create. Has anyone remember this picture? Yeah? Yeah, it's an SS tessellation, and something that I've been fascinated for more than 20 years. But I had the fortune to kind of work this with the children, and we kind of made all of these things together and actually made this tessellation in the classroom. Okay, so what does this look like? You can actually see it in action here. Right, it's a pop-up. Is there anything more that you can actually see here other than a pop-up? It's a recursion fractal, right? Okay, and you don't need a computer programming to kind of do fractals and recursion. It's a recursion on paper. There are more stuff that you can do this way. Come and talk to me after this, I'll show you. And have you, okay. So how many of you are on Hacker News regularly? Have you heard something about Richard Feynman came yesterday? Okay, so it's about what's worth doing. It's a post. So one of the things that he talks about is what are the kind of things worth doing, but there's a small mention about something called flexagons in that post. Okay, so this is a flexagon. It's called a hexaflexagon. This is something that fascinated many people, including Richard Feynman, when he was a grad student. So I don't know if you can see it here. This is you can see a flower here, and what do you see here? It's a watermelon. Okay, I don't know if maybe you can come forward. Okay, I'm going to kind of do a small twist. What do you see now here? Watermelon is gone. What do you see? That's a I think some other fruit. Kiwi. It's a kiwi, and the candles. What happened to the flower? One more? Yeah, it's the same thing that we did. Okay. Now the flower is back, and the candles change their orientation. Okay. Such a magical thing. Okay. And Richard Feynman kind of spent so much time and trying to create a way of kind of describing the state transitions of this. It's called Feynman diagrams. You can check it out. And it's so much wonderful. You can actually work all these things with children. But the current thing that, this other thing that you can actually, this is a origami tessellation. I think it's not really looking nice in the picture, but you can make all these kind of things on single sheet of paper. It's quite like programming. But the most exciting thing that's kind of keeping me occupied now is this. It's called string art. If you can see, let me show you 1 second. All right, so I'm going to show you here, I think. Hope you can see it. Can you see it here clearly? Yeah? And look at the back side. It's made with a single string. So, so if you can see, like there are kind of holes there, and there's a slit. So you take a string and kind of looping through, and you get shapes like these. So I was teaching this in a school, and I was trying to make a template to kind of cut these things, and I asked my daughter to kind of help me, and she saw a picture like this one, and then she asked me, how do you do this? Or rather, she asked me, like, how did I make that template? Okay, I told her, like, you learn programming and actually can make these kind of things yourself. She said, I hate programming, I hate computers, right? Okay, and then said, okay, then she saw this. She asked me, how do you make this? I explained her, like, how to do that. I made her take one of these things, then asked her to write, number all the points, 1 to 9. I think there were 12 in that case, okay. And then I told her, like, you have to connect every point, every other point. So start from 1. She started reciting 1 to 2, back to 1, 1 to 3, back to 1, and you go to 1 to 12, and then you go back to 2, and then 2 to 3, back to 2, like that. And she finished it. And I was kind of filled with joy. You know what? She recited doubly nested for loop, right? And she said, like, I hate programming, and actually she did a doubly nested for loop, recited, and actually made a nice art. Okay, so this requires doubly nested loop, and this requires a single loop, right? Okay. Now, is this art or is this programming? Well, I mean, I don't know if there's a line that you can draw there, right? So if you want to play some of these things, I'm around, catch me. And whether this is something that I've discovered yesterday. Can you see this? Look at the back. I found this pattern accidentally yesterday when I was trying something else. Come and talk to me. There's so much that between math, programming, and art, and I don't know where to draw the line. It's quite fascinating world. Thank you. By the way, if you want to make some of these things, I have some samples. You can try it out. Come and ask me.
Thank you so much for that, Anand. I think I would have learned programming better if I had these tools, but yeah. But thank you so much for that really insightful and fun session, I would say. It was very quick. And as he had said multiple times, that if you want to find him, like if you want to know more about this, please find him. And you're around for the whole day. So yes, so please find him. So that brings a close to our Flash Talks. And I'm pretty sure our first session today in this room, we got a lot. We learned a lot from Aman when it came to how to do your own stuff, learning. Then we learned from Ram about different, like interacting about different challenges that our environment faces. And then the quick Flash Talks, we learned like something quickly. There was something interesting to take away from everyone about community building, about art and data and programming, and a little bit about cricket, not to toot my own horn. But thank you so much for being a part of this. We'll have lunch now. Okay, just hold on for guys for a bit. Yes. Also, one last thing that two things actually I wish to tell you guys. Please go down and check out our merch down there. There's totes, there's t-shirts, so please get some stuff there. Nice to show off, right? And it's a nice community building thing, like Rahul said, that we will be able to do it. And we have a next session, which is on democratizing financial data in India at 2 o'clock in Seminar Hall 1. So we hope that you'll be there for that. Have a good lunch and stretch your legs a bit, network, and see you soon. Thank you.
not hurt. I created a website, trying to put resources. All the results are open source. If you want to try yourself, you can do it. Okay. So the thing is, it's a quite tedious process. I had to kind of try different kind of paper and then different work. Yeah. Fine. Like, different sizes. So the kit has actually all different. So this is one that 9 holes, which is easier to start with the kits. And then as you kind of then ones like have with wiki boards as well. Okay. Not only so these are the ones which actually glue to, but there are more intelligence where you need to kind of look at the holes in the center. So there's so many wonderful things that you can actually do. Yeah, so many things are connected, but it only things are something that
And what will happen in it?
So basically there are 20 templates like this, and with threads and stickers. So just push it like this, don't press the focus. Okay.
How do you actually make this?
You want me to have a try, okay? I'm here, I'll be lovely to come and try these things. I've got some tips where you can try, okay? Yeah.
So we push it in different directions.
Just push one, it's one comes out. No, it's actually, see, it's a fixed, right? You push, here you can see this open. And then you just do the same thing wherever it is.
So there will be 3 images.
So basically it has 3 sides, only 2 are visible. This one goes down, this one goes down. So see, I push the 3 points. Right? So there are basically 3 sides. Only 2 are visible. One is visible. You press it here.
Those projects are coming out of India.
You can also look at the back side.
And yeah, just trying to highlight Indian open source. I'm gonna go bother this professor who talked in the past.
It's basically the 9 sides, but 6 are visible sides. Okay, so the 3 sides are hidden inside. Just do it. So it actually is very easy to do. Okay, maybe lunch this is hidden inside. Okay.
So it does mixing, it does.
Just look at the hands. They were like this. All of them. Okay. So the front thing you do with the case laser, look at what are the things with.
Only because going as cheap as possible.
There's a stick and
And this money bags, which is to actually steaming and
this is very question.
records inside. It's this. I'm sorry, I'm so this one's got a bigger display.
What is
Which is a slight worry for me because it's not zero image. And there is a supply of 8-inch displays in this country. Exactly, which are in this region. So I tried to buy 2 more. And we came to Noida, we went to 40 days. So they arrived in this week. Which way this one is a 10-inch one. There is no supply in this country.
No, 8 inches more than like even.
No, so it's the reason about 8 inch is because this is where it's actually. So it does take inside.
Yeah.
But the reason it's not is because airplanes became point of uncertainty. I mean, concept didn't work. This is always designed to work.
people like to ask
Essence
about
it
it.
works is a fine. Today we'll go with cable sticking out like this. Once you find proper adjoint adapters, I'll push it inside. This I can't put inside because it's too big. So this I can't be careful enough to transport. Yeah. So I basically this box is to take the feed from the
You want to take one?
So what we're doing is made the microphones. So the box thing is fundamentally is there are machines on the machine is it doesn't receive. So the insurance, which is also standard, and it's mostly formula product. But you can't buy one in India. So a few months ago, I went to VizChitra on my I didn't like it. the rest of the system is zero. When you normally engaging in other body, whatever you want. Instead of PC focus, you can serve like a everything is and something that solve it is especially with something else. Always goes. Bring out the laptop for that stuff. You can do this with any laptop, it's not okay. But the set process of making sure you're plugged in every day, first of all requires knowledge of, and second, your venue will give you all kinds of buffers. What if the venue sounds still what if you don't have a field? You don't mix it. Mixer can't be inside a laptop. So that's outside. So if you can make a box where everything is pre-wired, and only three things are enough. Output to venue, how done the venue speakers, laptop, three, that's it. And for one, this is the camera. So there are only 4 cables to plug in one camera. Plus power, so 5. So this one is the stupid user. Okay? Because my big innovation here is only the server. The one that I told off in 16,000 to 2,000. This is this title. This time human mind check. You got a reputation fraud problem. Reputation fraud problem. Because fascinating. It's something that I just for the fact it is well funded. Even it doesn't take much beyond that. And so what's happening is that free funds coming to us. People go speak to those leaders. And communities so recently, around 100 communities. So what they did, coming and they don't provide images because this is a video connection people make. But what happens is somebody will apply for a grant. So hey, I spoke on your some I received I've been invited by a company. So I'm already cleared my reputation milestone. And therefore when I ask you for a grant to fund my open source project, it's easy for you to do because the community is not the ready. Except where's evidence? And some people find this an action vector for reputation fraud. Right? They claim reputation on the part of the user because of funding is given to communities. But they are not actually done the work. And the moment he gives the certificate answer, he has a grant. Now it's organization level. But the head of the organization is giving me reputation for my work. I will go, that was the next person.
And everything before gets vanishes. Right? Like it doesn't matter what happened before, like you wipe the whole thing. Internet doesn't remember. So yeah, everything else is built on top of this.
Okay. So for me, I'm sorry.
It's not even near deal anymore, it's happened. It's happened at least like a couple of times.
Like I did this because I'm tired of sleepless nights. You know, doing debugging and everything. So if you look, I will do 90% debugging at home, bring it here, plop it here. Only 3 things left to know, debug and make sure they're also working. And we learned a few things about what kind of thing is that. Today is a new one apparently. Some laptops are warning that it's a capture card and therefore the screen is being recorded, so there is a big pop-up. It's new, it's like
I had a brief problem because I think I was the first Ubuntu which plugged into the machine and all of a sudden they were like, oh, we don't know what to do, and then we just switched HDMI, USB-C and just worked with it.
So there's something else.
Yeah.
And so we'll find these things. Like,
Only through use.
but it is better to have only those last few which you cannot solve beforehand versus everything being unknown the day you come to the venue because the fuckers don't even let us do testing here. They try to charge us for 7 AM to 9 AM saying, no, your event starts at 9 AM. You pay extra for 7 AM. And they've been doing this to us. Yeah, and they try to charge us 35,000 for 2 hours of walking in and making sure their stuff works.
And the reputation fraud problem is a fundamental problem. Open source ecosystems, right? Across ecosystems. Because is actually proof that these things have happened. Not this picture, not just like picture. This is
was saying I feel like we should start playing Daft Punk music with these headsets on. Hi.
Hello. Hi. Hey everyone, we'll soon start with our next session. I just request all of you at the back to please come ahead. Folks at the back, you can please come ahead and sit. Yeah, thank you.
Neil, test.
Yours is working.
Yep.
Otherwise, we can use one mic also.
Yours is working.
Okay. Then we shouldn't use one mic.
Oh, low.
I feel like it's pulling on my HDMI port. Pretty much like every day. Mic is active, so I can't respond. Yeah, so pharmaceutical tech, but if it goes to sleep, then it basically, if it goes to sleep, then the offline thing moves.
Hi everyone. Good afternoon and welcome back to our post-lunch session. I hope you guys are well fed and re-energized, not too sleepy. Before we move on to our next session, I'll just like to make a couple of announcements. The first of which is I hope you had a chance to check out the merch. If not, please do check them out. They're t-shirts, tote bags, and a lot of stuff. So please check them out on the ground floor. And secondly, VizChitra is having a bunch of workshops tomorrow, right from mapping with QGIS to a lot of other stuff. So please do check them out. The registration, you'll find all the details at the registration desk with the timings and venues. All of them are happening in different venues across the city, actually in and around the area tomorrow. So without further ado, let's move on to our next session. Our next lightning talk is with Rahul Beniwal, who's the founder at Tibba, a design studio, and Neil Lakhwani, who's a designer at Tibba. Now, Tibba, which has been running for over a decade now, has worked across a variety of domains in fintech and tech. Their talk today is going to be democratizing financial data for a growing India. And I think this is all the more pertinent today because terms such as SIPs, terms such as compounding, terms such as investment, about index funds, mutual funds, have become pretty much commonplace. Everyone is talking about them, and I feel it's quite essential for all of us to understand what exactly they mean, and it's wholly because it's, after all, our own money we are dealing with. So, Rahul and Neil, please, the floor is all yours.
Hi everyone. Thank you so much for that introduction. As he already mentioned, we are Tibba. This is Neil. I'm Rahul. And we're a boutique UI UX design studio based out of India. Over the past year, we've worked with Grow on scaling storytelling on their platform. And as we anticipated, Figma seems to be giving us a little bit of trouble. So please bear with me. Yeah. We've been working with Grow over the past year on scaling storytelling across their platform, and we're here to talk about it. Our talk is titled Democratizing Financial Data for a Growing India. Over the last decade or so, India has seen a huge surge in retail investors. Since NSE's inception in 1994 to 2008, that's a period of 14 years, we added 1 crore investors to the NSE. Whereas over the past 5 years, this number has jumped 3.6x to 11.2 crores, right? Whereas retail holdings have surged to 10x of their value in 2015. So with this surge, the challenge that this specific retail investor faces is not necessarily a lack of information. It's like accessing that information to make the right financial decisions, right? When a retail investor goes out looking for information, this is typically, different types of mediums that you see, all of which like hide the information that they need behind financial verbiage or, just obfuscating data. So what we worked with them on is simplifying this and presenting it in a visually engaging format, which we now call Grow Stories. What this does is it essentially makes it easy for investors or beginning investors to engage with financial data and material and documents, and therein like extract the information that they need, and at the same time allows us to sort of educate them and act as a gateway into deeper knowledge in the sector. What we've done with Grow Stories or like documents that we work on representing are things like quarterly reports that companies release at the end of every quarter, or financial events that impact the markets. Or we do IPO filings by companies and we represent the data within them to let investors take a decision on whether they should or not file for an IPO, subscribe to an IPO. And we also do like live coverage of events such as like the budget or RBI meets and things like that. How this entire system works and how we've scaled this process is something that I'll let Neil explain.
Right. Hey folks, so I'm going to be talking to you about the process that enables us to push out multiple such stories a day for Grow. So we start at about 11 a.m. and we're going to be looking at a quarterly result as an example. So we start at about 11 a.m. and we have a document that looks a little something like this. We have a slide-by-slide breakdown of the data we need to visualize along with distilled insights. What we do with this document is we take it and we map it to our existing design system and pattern library. So you can see examples of pie and donut charts, bubble charts, line charts, and bar charts, for example. Once this is done, we start executing. And in about an hour, the first story is ready for feedback. While the feedback starts pouring in, we take that time to work through the slightly more complicated slides, which may require custom visualizations. And in about an hour and a half from when we receive the document, the first story for the day is ready. Now this entire process repeats about 5 times a day on average, with 3:30 p.m. acting as the unofficial deadline, since market hours are from 9:15 a.m. to about 3:30 p.m. and that's when the traffic peaks on the Grow app. This process largely remains the same for IPO stories, generic editorial stories, and quarterly results. The only instance where we feel like this process changes for us is when we're covering a live event like the budget, for example. With regards to the budget story, about 4 days before the budget, when everyone else is collecting content to make memes on our beloved finance minister, we are also going through a piece of content, but that's actually a dummy content document that's given to us by the content team. So it looks a little something like this. We go through this document and again repeat the process of mapping it to our existing budget stories, design system, and pattern library. Once that's done, all of the teams that are responsible for putting out stories live on the app on the day of the budget sit together and we do a dry run through this content, which basically streamlines coordination across teams, enhances the overall process, and reduces the average turnaround time for each story. On the day, sorry, Figma's acting up. And it seems to be going backwards. One sec. Right, so now that you have a recap of everything I've spoken about so far and Rahul has covered, on the day of the budget, all of the teams sort of get together and we start pushing out live updates as and when they roll in. Once these live updates are done, we deep dive into the narrative and the analysis of the budget, and we design fine-tuned slides and dedicated slides for announcements that we feel like were relevant. So in the past budget, that happened this year in Feb, there was an announcement and changes in the tax brackets, which personally confused me as well. And we did a dedicated story to make it simpler for our users to be able to understand. So that's a sneak peek and everything we have on the process that goes behind this project of stories. And now I'm going to hand it over to Rahul to take you guys through our journey of stories, or how we like to call it, our story of stories.
Right. So now that Neil has taken you through like how things are done, we'll just give you an overview of what this has looked like for us over the past 8 months. So like we said, we worked on stories every day. Like we push stories out every single day. So over the past 8 months, at about 5 on average, we've done over 1,000 stories. So this system has really enabled us to kind of scale and set these things out. The volume of stories, like I mentioned earlier, varies, right? At the beginning of a quarter, which you can see by the green spikes, is when quarterly season is underway. On those days, we typically do up to 15 stories a day. And once quarterly season is done, we move down to the editorials, which usually are like 2 to 5 a day. Time taken per story initially used to be about 3 to 4 hours. So we would start at like say 11 and get done with the first story by 3, which was cutting it really close with market hours. So over time, we made our system a lot more efficient and we've pushed this down to about an hour and a half. So if a story content doc comes into us at 11, we're able to push it out live on the app within an hour and a half. A big part of doing this, in addition to the system that Neil went over, has also been our DS and pattern library. Okay. So going back goes back, but going forward also goes back. Do the clicks work? Yeah. This is what happens when softwares make like a lot of updates really quickly. Yeah, so this is a snapshot of what our design system and pattern library looks like, right? So we have smaller elements here that are easy to kind of systemize and put in place and then plug and play as and when we need. But this doesn't work for larger elements such as visualizations or slides. It's something that we played around with, we tried to figure it out, but honestly, like what ended up happening was the system became too rigid to work with on a day-to-day basis, and every time we would have to break it, that would just entail like dealing with more than we wanted to. So we just put a pattern library together, and this put in like the flexibility needed for us to map any given slide on any given day with whatever we wanted to represent. Okay, yeah, I forgot the click thing. What this has led to for Grow is 10% of the daily active users engage with stories. That's 400,000 people every day, with a completion rate of 70 to 80%. The completion rate varies depending on the content that we are covering. If it's super relevant to the individual person who's seeing it, then they'll complete, and if not, then obviously they won't. The secondary CTA that's screenshot to share stands at about 2% of a click. And the primary CTA, which typically leads to, let's say, a product page or a stocks page, stands at about 5%. So we've seen like great engagement come in through this feature for them as well. What's next for stories is what's next for everybody in tech, AI, right? Where we see it really positively, just to put that question to rest with creatives. We feel like it frees us up to do a lot of different things. So, I mean, this is a rough mapping, but what you can see on the blue line is human effort, right? And right now we just see AI being able to help us with things like cover stories, or at times helping us make like measurements precise for visualizations. But we are working with the team on automating that entire setup. So almost everything that you saw right now will get automated and will be done by AI directly. What that does for us is, like, while we see a dip in our effort, that gap essentially allows us to basically scale on different methods of storytelling or motion design. I think I want to send this video to Figma as like a bug report. But yeah, I'll leave you with our key takeaways on the screen while I open the floor for questions.
Oh, I guess just going through the same deck 6 times in
Yeah.
a session has
I feel like we've
resulted in
laid to rest any questions that you might have.
Please feel free to fire any questions.
Yeah. Any domain that you're particularly interested in, something that you would like us to, yeah.
What all steps did you took to reduce your turnaround time from 4 hours to 1.5 hours? From AI usage, or what exactly did you change to get those turnarounds faster?
AI, I would say, has only been fractional in terms of reducing the turnaround time. What helped majorly was the design system that I showed you. Essentially, once we had worked on enough stories, the pattern started to repeat. So that itself enabled us to push things out like much faster than it would have initially when we were creating each slide to begin with. And that had the most impact. We use AI to do like niggling things like illustrations sometimes, or like covers and stuff right now. But beyond that, it doesn't really impact our turnaround time in a great way right now.
And I think to add to that, I mean, also just 8 months of doing this day in, day out sort of helps you streamline the process and figure out where you're lacking and then improve and build on that.
What is the current limitations you guys are facing in terms of your activities?
Honestly, human limitations, man. That's why we are looking forward to AI very positively, because the amount of stuff that the content team can cover and pass on to us is limited by the number of people they put on the job. So while I said we do 15 quarterly reports a day, they release 100 plus quarterly reports a day. So we are only covering a fraction of those that we know catch retail investors' eye the most. So being able to surpass that limitation of humans, that would like be a big step jump forward in this.
Any more questions? Yeah.
Yeah.
Hi, really interesting talk, guys. My question was about, you said that you consistently put out stories when like news is breaking, for example, the budget and everything. And for example, with this year's tax slab, there was a lot of confusion around calculating that. So if there's an error or something that's misrepresented in your visualization, how do you amend that? And then what do you do to make sure that the turnaround time for that is short and there's not many people dwelling on it when it's already out there?
So Neil, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think we've had a lot of errors go out, because the system itself goes through like multiple checks. So the content doc gets checked, what we design gets checked, and then before it goes live, it gets checked by the person who takes it live. But at the same time, because it's tech and because of like really quick turnarounds, if we were to spot an error, it wouldn't take more than like 15-20 minutes to replace the slide. So yeah, you want to say something?
No, I was also just going to add that when we're covering the live budget, the turnaround time for live budget announcements from being announced to designing to taking them on the app is about 5 minutes. And within that, we have an entire process of checking on the content and then checking on the final designs. Like I showed you during our process, there's a feedback loop that's incorporated within it to avoid such errors.
Thanks.
are you publishing the designs anywhere outside of the stories feature? Like, are they used
No.
in illustration or social media,
No,
etc.?
no, no, no,
Only in
no.
the app.
It's purely product. So we don't get involved with marketing and social media and graphics or any of those things, which is what has enabled us to do this as quickly as we have, because the number of people taking decisions has been very limited and it's not been cross-functional or cross-platform at all. So that also helps us with the form factor, keeping it singular. Yeah. In case you guys want to see our deck later or any of this other stuff that we've been up to with Grow, you can just scan the QR code and it'll take you to our case study, and you'll also have the deck available there. And I think we're done with questions. Yes? Okay. Thank you so much for taking time out and listening to us.
Thank you.
And thank you to the VizChitra team, obviously, for putting this together.
Hello. Thank you so much, Rahul and Neil, just leave it here, that's fine. For sharing your insights into working at Tibba. Okay, so our next talk is titled very interesting. It's called "You Had One Job." Okay, so while they set up, I'm going to ask you guys this question again. I asked it, I think a few of you were around, but I'm not asked this question to a lot of you. So I'm going to ask you again, what makes a chart bad? So appreciate any answers from the audience. What makes a chart bad? What are some good practices to keep in mind while you're making charts and so and so? If anyone would like to volunteer. No chart title, okay. Of course, no chart title, you don't know what the chart means. Anyone else? No access titles, that's a really pain when you have to look at a chart when there are no access titles, 100%. What else? Like, I can think of maybe too many colors in a chart, and that really sometimes messes up with I really don't understand where to look and what to see. So these are really some examples of bad chart making that I've come across. This colors really annoys me. So basically, to answer some of these questions and to present some really interesting examples of what really bad charts can look, we have Anushka Gokhale, who's a senior product designer, and Ritu Tank, who's an associate product designer, both at Parallel HQ. Anushka is a data storyteller with over 4 years of experience in the industry and has worked towards bridging the gap between data and people. And Ritu is a design generalist by passion and enjoys experimenting with different mediums such as bookbinding, crochet, and collaging. That's really a diverse set of interests. And floor is all yours.
Am I audible? Is this okay? Okay. Yeah, so welcome to this You Had One Job, which is yet to be loaded on the projector. Okay, while it loads. We had an exhibit outside. I don't know if you all checked it out. We have a set of bad charts just put up there because not everything is good and it's important to recognize what is bad. So welcome to You Had One Job chart edition. It's a odd session. Don't know why. It is, but it's not recognizing.
It was meant to solve a lot of our problems. Sometimes it causes a few problems of its own. So we, I think Ultron is still some time away.
It's working now. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, there you go.
Yep.
I'm pretty sure Ultron is
Welcome to You Had One Job chart edition. So we will keep the exhibit back out again. Meanwhile, it's here. So we have collated a lot of bad chart examples because not everything can be good. I'm Anushka. I have Ritu here with me. We met 2 years ago at Civic Data Lab, and now we are again working together at Parallel. We share a list of good as well as bad charts. Today we've got only the bad ones. So yeah, why should we look at bad charts? As designers, it gives us a baseline of the don'ts that we should be avoiding and the do's that help us start with. But even if you're not a designer, there's something in this for you. As a citizen, it teaches us what loopholes we should be looking out for. And our social media feeds, everyday newspapers are filled with so many charts. Not all of them are always good. And again, like, here are some bad examples from your feeds and news. So we need to know how to recognize the bad ones from the good ones. So here's a quote you can take back. If you don't plot your past mistakes, you're bound to repeat the same lines. Yeah, so how can we learn from a bad chart? It's pretty simple. If you think that the chart looks confusing or cluttered or misleading, then ask what could the chart be trying to tell, and try to assess which essential aspect of the chart is failing. So primary mathematics has taught us that a chart has some essential components like axes, units, values, legends, the choice of chart. All of these together form a holistic image of what the data is trying to tell the people, and that's the bridge that is being filled. But if one of these important parts fail, then there's a high chance that the entire chart is failing somewhere. So you already may be familiar with this concept. If you've pushed a pull door, you already get this. So no one had to study doors to recognize the bad ones from the good ones. And it's same thing with bad data visualization as well. Just because something has been made beautiful and paired with some content and some numbers doesn't make it trustworthy. It's just a little more difficult to recognize the badness there than it is with doors. And that's what we're here to do today. We will make some bad charts so that we know what bad charts look like. So here are 5 things we will mess with in a good data viz. One is legends. Make them confusing, remove them altogether, use pictograms, just add questionable aesthetic to things to stack it up instead of using simple bars, because why not? It's not hard to make something look bad. You just have to not put in so much conscious effort into it. You can manipulate the axes. You can, instead of starting from 0 to 100 from bottom to top, you can flip that, or you can space the x-axis weirdly. You can use the wrong things to put on the axis itself. You can mess with the context and framing. If you remove an essential fact that is a backstory to your data viz, you're messing with the context and framing. And the last and the easiest part to do is just to change what chart should ideally be used for that data. If you just use the wrong one, it's a bad data viz. So over to Rutu, who will take us through 5 bad examples. And after that, we will pick up a good data viz and make it bad with, we have papers and sketch pens for all of you.
Okay, great, people can hear me. So first step to actually messing up a viz and making something bad is finding a decent enough reference point. So this is the chart that we started from. It's a revenue by category for an e-commerce thing, where you have different categories that they have and then the revenue that's coming in from each of them. The first way we're going to look at how to mess something up is by messing up the legend. Here, while it is a donut chart, we're going to talk about the legend. The way we've messed it up here is by introducing a gradient, making it very, very difficult to actually tell what values each of the categories come with, which makes it very difficult for the person to actually understand the context of why they're looking at the chart. Then coming in second is the icons. We create an optical illusion out of the chart. We use icons to confuse, switch up the perception of what the chart would look like. So here is an example that we've made for that. Then next thing that we can do is mess up the axes. Here we have, we're starting the axis off from 3000 instead of 0, as one should. And this makes kitchenware look particularly bad. So if I was to be very evil, I could make kitchenware the bad guy. Then the other way I could do this is take away a lot of the context of where the chart, what the chart is trying to do. So here I've zoomed out with the axes and made everything look like it's sort of on the same place. And it's taking away the context of why someone would want to look at this chart and understand revenue by category. Eventually, this chart, you use a completely different chart than what you probably should. We used an area chart here, and I don't understand it at all. So that's the basics of things you can do in this exercise. Try to make it bad. This will help you also keep in mind all of the ticks that can come with in making a visualization. So we have an activity. We'll be handing out papers where you can take this one chart where we're looking at the autonomous vehicle safety in the US, where autonomous vehicles, self-driving cars in California, accidents with them are mapped against all motor vehicle accidents in the US. And we also have the 5 major buckets that you can use to mess up the chart. We will give everyone 10 minutes. We'll walk around, take questions, help. Yeah. Enjoy
Your
making bad charts,
mood
guys.
board and inspiration is right here if anyone wants to come and take a look at other bad charts out there.
This is pretty much like an exam, except you have to do really badly in this to get good marks. So, and they are going to be coming around, so you can't really look into your neighbor's sheets. I'm legit being a supervisor here or an invigilator. You can't look into your neighbor's sheets. Please get to it.
Yeah, today we're carrying the evil responsibility of doing only bad. So later after the session, we also have a checklist of things that you can use to see if you're publishing or creating the right chart for your use. So you can take it. We'll have a handout outside as well.
Has everyone received the sheets and the pens? No? How many guys need sheets? Okay, and how many guys need people need pens? Sketch pens? Okay, so it's just sheets, okay.
people would be interested in making something bad, so we only got 50 sheets. But if you can split yours, because each one has 2 templates, but we are also distributing some other charts that we have. You can use the backside of those to make something. Yeah.
Okay, so just for the sake of the live stream explanation, I think we've been making bar charts using the graph that we've put up on the screen, and someone has very kindly said they'd like to share about their chart. So I'm going to hand it over to you.
Okay, so I think the main takeaway or insight from here is the comparison between autonomous vehicles versus all vehicles. So I've made a couple of distortions here. Yeah. So the first thing is the chart title I've changed to say trend of crashes by vehicle type. So few things I've missed out over here is crashes per million, per thousands, etc., no context. Second is the context that I'm giving here is that it's a trend and not a comparison. So I think that is a very important thing that I missed out in the title. Then the axis, I've made it 0 to 100. So again, because the million is missing, I don't know what it is. It effectively shows 28% of the autonomous vehicles, or is it 28% of the overall? Nobody knows. And overall is static. So you're seeing the trend of the autonomous vehicles crashes kind of going down, but you don't really have any kind of clear insight on what the vehicle type is doing. So that's what.
Thank you.
Anyone else wants to share or has needs inspiration?
Yeah, please come forward and share whatever bad things can be done with this chart and made it absolutely unreadable. One thing that I thought that you shared just now, just add a bit of color below it and add something else between the lines. That would have just made it something really bad. Yeah, you would like to come? Please.
So this is a bad chart, of course. It's a radial type of chart. I mean, usually, like time series would be in a sequence or like a line, but this is like a rotatory and it's anti-clockwise also. And the other thing is that like the numbers are very varied. So the smaller radial is like super small, and the larger one is like large, and there is no I mean, I didn't get to finish the title and all of that, so I don't have it, so probably it makes it even worse. But yeah, and then to mark, the ulta rotation, there are just arrows, so yeah, that's about it. And the numbers are written not in the same orientation. It's you turn the paper or turn your head to see the numbers. Yeah.
Thank you for being very evil.
We're going to pass around the bar chart so that all of you can take a look at it. So all of the ones that have been presented so far. Do you want to start? Ma'am, is it okay if I pass around yours? you can take this and pass, and then I'll pass yours on the other side. Anyone has bad charts to pass around? Yeah? Okay, lovely. It's a bad pie. Yeah, you can pass it around. If you have, you can also pass it around.
And also, please, if you would like, please come and tell us in front, share us what you made, work of arts.
I think we have 5 more minutes left, right? Yeah. Anyone else wants to go up and talk about their bad chart? Sai, do you want to talk about your bad chart? I'm just going to pick on you because I know you. Just talk about your bad
My
chart.
bad chart.
Yeah.
Who will see though? I did a can be axed thing. So I think one way to, when we use this dual axis thing, another way to even make it even better, like then that is, instead of starting your axis at 0, you can start your axis wherever you want, and that truncates it even more. So that's what I tried to do. I just started my axis wherever I want, and I can see that, wow, no, autonomous vehicles are doing better. It started off worse, but doing better than the others right now. Yeah. I'll just pass it on.
I think time's up for the activity. Does anyone else? I think we have time for one more person to come and share their bad chart. Yeah, go for it. We're just so happy to see everyone proud about their bad charts.
I don't know at this point if I should call this as a chart.
It's okay.
Cool. Is the chart visible? So I just, the fourth point, I took plot hole as an inspiration and I just created something. I started with a pie chart, like a double layered pie chart, which is again not the right use case. So the inner chart, it shows the data of I think motor vehicles, and the bigger pie chart, the donor chart, it shows the autonomous vehicles. Messed up the legend, also made the title as decrease in total number of bad drivers over time. And also the way in which the data is also presented. So you have for one of the charts you have 21, 22 and 23, and then for the other one it's kind of messed up. So yeah, did like, and also realized that creating bad chart is more difficult than creating a good one.
But thank you for saying the last sentence. We don't have to give our takeaway ourselves now. It's been said. Thank you. Yeah, so I think if we're open for a 5-minute discussion or Q&A now.
Hello, am I audible? Yes. I wanted to know, how did you guys come up with something like this, like creating bad charts? I don't think anyone would actually think about something like that. So I want to know, like, what was the reason and how did you guys end up with this session?
Yeah, so I think almost a year ago I was teaching a course at Srishti, and I had to teach information visualization to third year students who were very new to data and data viz both. So the issue at hand was how to make them recognize what are bad charts, because not everyone has the required amount of data literacy, unfortunately. So we had to start off there. I had to take them through what does it mean when we say mean, median, mode, what are averages, what are percentages, and from there I realized that the best way to do it is to show bad examples, and an even better way to do it is create those bad examples so that you know what not to do once you've done it the wrong way. At the end of the course, what we also did was we collated all of the bad charts and we made a checklist of things that can go wrong. And now the checklist that you have from our exhibit is based on those wrong examples, and we've collated it, made it more consumable so that it's easier for other people in the future.
Hi. I'd like to just say that this chart itself is not very good, the one that you presented. Because on the left is California, on the right is all of the US. You're comparing apples to oranges. The second thing is I don't know how millions of miles are measured in any particular way. The DMVs might probably have the number of total cars, which are this versus that. This is not really, I could pick up more quibbles, but these two itself, I don't know what information this is meant to convey in the first place. If I were anti-autonomous vehicle, I would put this as a misleading figure. Not that I'm pro in any way, but essentially the two bars here are not conveying any good faith information. That's what I would say.
It is, and it's a good catch, because a lot of data viz, when you take it out of context, when you take it outside of the article or news that it's supposed to belong to, it itself becomes misleading. I picked this up from a Statista article which said what is the state of transport and how is all of that happening, and in that context it makes sense, but again that context has been taken away now. And yeah, so that's one perspective. So everyone looks at a viz with very different perspectives. When we were picking these charts also, there were so many heated discussions that happened. Why do you think this is wrong? I think this is fine. And then so we picked the worst ones. There are a lot of debated ones that have not gone up there, but yeah, that's a very important point. I agree.
Just a quick question. Like you came up with this, I mean, it was very innovative to say that, we have to know what is bad. But again, after this exercise, it just made us realize that bad is again very subjective maybe. Because like he just mentioned, for us, this was not good enough. So do you have any go-to approach to define what is good and bad? Again, subjective to the context for which you're making a viz.
The most definite way to make it right is to check it with people who have very different perspectives. One thing I've recognized is that when I look at a chart, I view it very differently, and what my takeaway will be is very different than what my parents' takeaway might be, for example. So just as we do user testing for other design outcomes, it's important to do some sort of testing or just to see if it's giving the right intended story to your viewers that you wanted to give. So it becomes important to know who your audience is going to be, where and how are they going to view it, and then test it in that simulated scenario to see whether it's working out. So anything fails without user testing. Yeah, we just have one closing remark. With great power comes great responsibility. So as a designer, it's your responsibility to make sure that when you are dealing with data and turning it into something that could be used for designing frameworks, informing people or almost anything, it's up to you to make sure that you're disseminating that information properly. Anything you want to add?
Checklist?
Yeah, so we will be taking this exhibit back out there, and we will also have checklists for you to take away.
Thank you so much, Anushka and Rutu. That was really a very innovative way of presenting what batch charts can be. And Uncle Ben's words resonate with all of us. With great power comes great responsibility, and especially for us who are working with charts and numbers every time. We just need like 5 more minutes before we can get underway with our next session, which is super interesting, which is one of my favorite topics, that is public data. Yeah. Yeah. And I'll just tease the next session for you. I'm pretty sure you might have taken a stab at the installation just outside, where you had to drop tiny balls into water and guess, or put some money in boxes and draw lines and guess something about India through its numbers. And how close did you get? How far were you? All these questions will be answered probably in the next 5 minutes. So stick around, and it's going to be super interesting. There's so many insights about India that we'll be surprised that we didn't know that well. And while we're on the topic, I'm going to ask you some questions. So folks, please do come ahead. And while we're at it, I'm going to ask you some questions from India's National Family Health Survey, which was conducted between 2019 and 2021. And basically a prelude to the next session or our next talk. And let's try and understand, or let's try and guess some basic pub quiz trivia sort of questions. So I'm going to ask those questions, and if any of you know the answer, please raise your hand. I'll bring the mic to you. If you answer, I promise I'll get your Kit Kat later. Okay, so what percentage of institutional births happened in India between 2019 and 2021? You can give me a range, you can give me the exact number, whatever number you think. So there's an open trivia. So the question is, what percentage of institutional births for in the years 5 years before the survey happened in the country? What was the percentage of institutional births? The survey was conducted between 2019 and 21. So 5 years before the survey, how many out of the total births, what percentage was institutional births? No, I'm not. I'm not going to play KBC here. This is, sorry, what? Okay. Okay. 10%, that's a little pessimistic. Okay, so 33. I mean, we are doing much better, I would say. So almost the exact answer is 88.6% of all births were institutional births in India, according to the National Family Health Survey. Okay, so this is interesting. So we stay on that same topic and see the share of children under age 3 years who were breastfed within 1 hour of birth. What is that percentage, you guys think? Like immediately after birth or less than 1 hour after birth? 85% she's saying, okay. This is like, you lowballed and now you're highballing a lot. Anyone else? 70%, 60 to 70, someone said? Okay, so it was 41.8% actually. So these are like, and I think we will get more insights on when Pragna actually throws light on her findings or her insights on whatever Indian public data shows about the country. Pragna is a postgraduate from IIIT Hyderabad and has worked with public data for over 5 years now. And yeah, please share your insights with us.
Hey, thanks for joining. How many of you have seen the installation and participated in it? Oh, great. And for the people who haven't seen it, we've asked a few questions about Indian socio-economic conditions and asked people to guess what their answers would be. And our first question was about how much would an average Indian spend, how much would an average Indian spend in a month? Most people guessed it would be between 5,000 and 10,000. The right answer is just under 5,000, which is the first bucket there. Okay, this is interesting. The second one is, how many Indian households do you think have access to drinking water? Now this access could be anything, piped water, bore wells, bottled water and everything. Most people guessed 21 to 40. You see it's the darkest. But the right answer is 81 to 100%. About 93% actually have access to drinking water. And the third one is, we asked how many households have access to all three: washing machine, a television, and a refrigerator. And the right answer is 18.8%. And I guess most people thought it would be 0 to 10. A fairly good response. We would like to flip this to see the rest too. Yeah. Great. Okay, so we had all kinds of responses here. Some people thought it would be greater than or about 35 to 40 million also, and some thought it would be 18 million. The answer is 22.98, so somewhere close to 23 million. Yeah, so there were 28.6 million babies that were born in the year 2000. So we also showed, the graph also shows how the trend was from 1950 to 2000. And we asked people to guess what it would be in 2025. Right. On this, we asked people to guess what the enrollment of girls and boys in primary education is. So for this, we asked people to mark 2 points, girls enrollment and boys enrollment, and then join them. Both of them are close to 100%, and the gender gap has closed for enrollment in education, not just in primary education, but across all stages. Right, so thanks, Abha. Now, we see that for most questions, people had different answers and maybe wrong answers, not always right. Just because we got the answer wrong doesn't mean that we're oblivious to what's happening in India. It just means that enough data is not available, or even if it is available, we don't know how to make sense of it. And Data for India is trying to change that. Head to Data for India, see what we are doing, and to learn what's happening in India. We would now like to discuss about what we saw, and also what made you choose your responses. We will pass the mic, and whoever wants to talk, raise your hand, and start discussing. So let's start looking at this one. What's individual spending per month, and talk about whoever has answered, or even if you haven't, what did you think when what your answer was when you saw the question, and what made you choose your response?
Who'd like to go? I'll just pass on the mic. Yeah, sure.
Okay. On average, how much do you think an individual in India spends a month?
So I did guess correctly, which was less than 5,000, but I saw that a lot of people had voted higher. And I think sometimes when we think about populations, we don't consider all of India. The view is kind of limited to where you're staying. So in Bangalore, of course, no one is spending less than 5,000 for their monthly groceries. Everyone's probably in the last two categories. So I think just taking into consideration the population, where the majority of people do not earn in the same sort of categories, that skews our perceptions, I think.
Yes. Let me pass it.
So I also guessed correctly. That is also biased because I look at data for India charts on LinkedIn all the time. So that's the thing. But otherwise also, while estimating income like spendings, that would be based on income indirectly or directly. But as she mentioned, that's correct, because 70% of like India's population still lives in like rural areas. And that's like a huge chunk, and we tend to ignore it when we see the reality around us. So like estimating and thinking for India level, we need to like really consider rural population of India, which spends a lot lesser than the urban areas in general.
Anyone else?
Hi. So I don't know if this is something you're going to touch upon later, so please correct me if I'm wrong. But with all these questions, I was just, and Rukmini talked about it in the morning about the methodological implications and how this data is collected. So now with regards to like spending on rent, I know like a lot of people in rural areas, I've done a bunch of surveys there. So people live in intergenerational households. They just live in historical household. They grow a lot of their own food. So they're not really spending much expenditure wise, but they're getting like, how is that accounted for, or is it not? Even with the water, depends on how you ask the question. A lot of rural communities do have public commons water, but not pumped to their house directly. So then they'll say, okay, do you have water? Yeah, we have a lot of water, but it may not come directly. So what exactly is being measured? How is it being measured? And there's a clear rural urban, I mean, is it fair to club data for pan India together when there are these nuances, and how is it accounted for, was something when I looked at the installation that came to me.
Yeah. So at Data for India, we look at all these aspects. We talk about how the situation is in rural India and in urban India, or with people at different income levels. But just for this installation, we have combined all of them because it's too much to ask people to think about what an urban Indian would earn or rural Indian would spend. This is just a gist of looking at what people think about when they think of India, or where do you think, or how much, how well do you think India is performing, or how bad do you think it's performing. But if we talk about all of this on Data for India, you can go onto the website, look at, we have stories on all these questions. Give it a short read, read them. We explain everything in detail, where the data comes from. Yeah. Okay, moving on. You did say people about drinking water. So we see that people have underestimated drinking water, or access to drinking water. So let's talk about why do you think most people have underestimated this?
I did underestimate it because I
I thought it was for individual homes. I knew the Jal Jeevan mission is saying 100% households, but I thought again, like as ma'am was mentioning, that I thought like it was public commons, like you have wells, so those are like removing those. I thought individual households would be lesser, so I think like I went somewhere in the middle.
Okay.
So I was also curious while I was doing that if you would get like a bell curve, like a proper normal distribution, because I was also kind of hoping that, but like yeah, if you're saying like if you're actually going by the administrative numbers, that also right, like it says 100%, but is it truly 100%? And also, what is clean drinking water?
Yeah.
Is it just water, drinking water, clean drinking water? All of those different
Right.
questions to be answered.
Okay. Yeah, we did say include everything, not just tap water. Yeah, but it is true that tap water access is also increasing across India. Anyone else?
Yeah, I also went little on the lower side because when I thought drinking water, I was more thinking like safe drinking water.
Right.
Where like even in Bangalore, I don't drink water from the tap directly. You either boil it or you run through filters. So that was one of the things that was going through my head. So I thought it's probably like 20%.
Okay.
I mean, that.
Sorry, just going to abuse my privileges to add one line, which is, it is safe drinking water, but not tap water at the household level. So not going to get more into this, as Pragna says, we write about this on the site, but just one data point here. The state with the lowest level of that answers in terms of access to tap water is Kerala, because everybody has a well and people drink water from their wells. So they are very high on households with access to clean drinking water, but very low on tap water. So this equation of tap water with clean drinking water is not always the same. By the way, in the southern states, including Karnataka, one of the highest sources and fastest growing source is bottled water.
The reason I underestimated the numbers because I was thinking about the seasonal droughts that happen during the summertime, and I was wondering how that would influence the overall number when answering this question. That's why I was like low, especially because in Bangalore also you have water crisis, and in other states as well, which tend to go dry during the summer. So.
Right. Okay. So yeah.
I just wanted to add about the Hans Rosling. So in Factfulness, he mentions a funny analogy called chimpanzee rate of answering a question, which says that even a chimpanzee would answer 25% of the right. Or if you give 4 options, 25% of the options would be right. And he uses that analogy to say how little we know about the world around us. So just wanted to add that, and people can look into it later.
Yeah, just adding to the points that you have mentioned. Most people do look at their personal experiences. Now, many people in Bangalore would say there's water crisis, so there's no access to drinking water. But you still are able to buy bottled water and use them. That is still access to water, drinking water, safe drinking water, right? So out of all these that you have seen, what surprised you the most?
I mean, what surprised me the most is the drinking water question, because I think even in terms of the ranges, I would be not so surprised if it was on the higher side, but at the extreme end of it being the highest is what was the most surprising one. So yeah, I think that stood out for me the most.
I think it also shows what's our understanding of drinking water is. What
Right.
think what drinking water is.
Yes.
For example, I wouldn't think like a bottled water at a fast is access to safe drinking water in my head.
Yeah.
It's like a paid service.
Yeah. It's not a public good, yeah. I was also, for me, most surprising was 100% enrollment or near 100% enrollment for both boys and girls. I look at data, it usually like, you see 960 per 1,000 boys or something like that. That's the kind of number that's stuck in my head. I don't know when I saw it last, but which is why 100% enrollment seems very surprising to me.
Okay. I won't go much into detail, but the number comes from considering what the population of that age group would be and comparing it with number of enrollments. in fact, it is more than 100% because of underage and overage enrollments of children. And like I said, you don't have to just take these numbers, all of these numbers as facts. Go to Data for India. We have written about all of these. See how we have researched or taken what into consideration to understand this data in detail. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Pragna. I thought that was indeed very insightful and eye-opener in many ways. There's so much to know about our country in so many different ways. There's so many different aspects about it, and sometimes we're just lost for words. That it's such a vast country, and there's so much to know. And the only thing we can do is probably keep reading, keep looking, keep questioning, have an analytical mind, and try to come to the closest that can get. So thank you so much. That was really insightful. And with that, we have come to a close of all the sessions in Seminar Hall 1. We have a tea break now, so please enjoy some chai, coffee at the kiosk. Just a second, please, everyone. The closing keynote will be streamed live here in case there's no space in the main auditorium, so please feel free to come here. We'll be streaming live at around 4:15. And before we really close off operations here, I have to thank and bring folks on stage who have really made this possible. So our hall manager, Shubhangi, can you please come on? And Karan, our AV console manager. Okay. Sushrita, our camera manager. Please come. Okay, she's there behind the camera. And Nandan, our usher, who is not around, but he has been tirelessly guiding everyone to which hall they have to go to or which auditorium they have to go to. So really, really grateful. And thank you for making this all happen behind the scenes. Immense hard work has gone. So that's all from me. And have you... Thank you. Please have chai and chai, coffee, some refreshments, and check out once again the stalls. Workshops are happening tomorrow. Please check them out at the registration desks, and the closing keynote will be live streamed here. Sorry, can you just one more second? Yeah. 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 So don't find space in the auditorium. Please come here. We'll be live streaming it. Thank you, everyone.